here early. Hello, Autopublic Devlin for you. Welcome, welcome. So today we'll be doing the Intervallo, which I don't have any voiceovers, so I have to read it. Hello, Entity. Ohio. Jason must slept well. I don't think I sleep really well. But I'm sure I got like maybe 8 hours sleep, but it's interrupted sleep. I don't know, I keep getting weird dreams last night and it's annoying. Really annoying. I keep waking up with the weird dreams, bro. Like, it's super weird. I don't even know how to explain. I don't understand it myself. Yeah, I was in Doobie's stream. Actually, she started like 10 a.m. for me. But I just leave her live stream open even though I'm still kinda EP. So I sleep for like 20 minutes more and then I get out of bed afterwards. Gabriel, hello! It ended abruptly. Eh, Doobie stream? Actually, I did not catch the end of the stream. No. The moment I went back to it, it's already ended. Aya. Aya. Is the game audio okay for you guys? Is it too loud? Her Wi-Fi got cut out? Eh? I saw her posted in Twitter. Oh. Troll her in the chat. Alright, so I guess we're good to go. I have a lot of stuff to read. Oh yeah, is there dungeon here? No dungeon. I keep forgetting. Which team are we taking with us? That was a dream other than Limbus too. Time to learn how to read. Oh. Third dungeon, okay. Oonga Boonga team. Alrighty. I'm gonna go with charge. Actually, I wanna level up my charge team, so I wanna put them in, you know, in bench. They can level up, so we gotta put them in bench. Hello, Eddie. Check up the yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna take Faust with me. Any Pierce ID? Someone with a Fierce Resist Devil. And Corprioshu is Fierce Resist. Hello, Distort. I'll take Manager Dawn. These are Pierce. These three are Pierce. Roja can solo. Well, for sure. Ryoshu, Don, Greg.
독지팀 다들 연장 챙기죠.
Do we need backup? Ganglu and Gan Cliff. I wanna level them up, Eddie, so... I wanna level this because they can level up by doing the thingy. Pew Pew Yi-san. How many can we bring?
출발하지.
They will be on support. Fell bullet Yi-san. For Ryoshu combo. Just in case someone died, okay.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가 걸맞는 죽음께서
Don't you dare die, guys!
청소 준비 완료?
각 정리원.
오, 외부 일이냐?
I'm leveling up my charge so I don't have to use a lot of leveling tickets for them. I'm in a dire state of XP ticket. You're going in despair. Oh, yeah. Add a new ID. I don't know if we're gonna get them. Let's go.
침식도 양호.
No, don't. Okay. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You beep! Imbeciles? What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Fausted attacked the entity first. Oh no! Entity, are you okay? The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. No need. Hello, Tao. The reason why Pienter is canon, because of this. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Beep! Why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oh, your genius order was how the last head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of your doing it wrong, but I have no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, monitor. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. You're gonna shard Pew Pew Yisang and Solemn Lament Gregor. Oh, we're fighting against ourselves! Ryoshu! Oh my gosh! Wait, this is not Ryoshu. Hey, this thing is up here than me! Look at this! Ego! Oh my god. Why some... Why only Ryoshu have 4 ego? Was it during that time they don't have... Ah, wait. We're fighting the Liu Association. Why can't I click on Rodia? Oh well. Pienter! Wait a second. Where her damage go? I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Where's the others? Let's just go. Do we have to win here or no?
정확하게.
We need to win. Hello, Kira. Oh my god! Gregor lost! Against Gregor! Oh, Gregor is struggling. Ishmael versus Ishmael. Yeah. Ah. Gregor is struggling against Ryoshu. OMG. Alright, go.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Sheesh.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
감내해야 할 고통.
Full step duo would be nice here. Well, Unga Bunga, right? Unga Bunga. Wow, Ishmael.
고회는 나중에.
Oh, this is ego. Ishmael ego. I have gun duo, but I'm leveling up their charge. Charge ID. Oh wait. Oh. Hello, Konyaki Ringe. It's super hot in the Philippines right now. Ano press? Ah, she's too slow. How about Faust? Alright, I guess we're just gonna let it happen. Yeah, you're right! I can dodge! Okay, go! Get him, Ryoshu! Nice. Yosh, two down! Gregory's. We'll let that happen. Ano press? No. No. Wait, one more. Where is this?
고회는 나중에.
Don can kill her first. Alright.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Nice stagger.
피가 뚫리고 지키고 너도 누군가에게 맡겨줬겠지만 불개서 깨어라.
What's this corrosion? Pull out all the targets. It's targeting Ishmael as well. Naruhodo. Like this? Wha- yeah. I feel like this will probably die soon. Maybe 2 can take it. And then let's put Roja here. That's what I think. Let's try.
날카롭고 정확하게 꿰뚫려라.
Do they get stagger if they are... What is this? Corroded.
만찬에 집중해.
Sheesh.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각해.
Well, we got it. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Thanks. I've got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving. I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Mersault for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference, because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. And Vivicatola. 나르고도.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
OPer than me.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가.
Okay, flashback time. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? Right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Oof, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. Oh. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Hello, British explorer. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Ahem. Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but it just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? Granny, don't. I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's this not to concern thyself with, but be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designated seat you're planting your... Ian, I'll walk here. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can think I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel. I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, yeah? What is this? What does that mean? Seems plenty villainously rickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. That much. Oh! Not that. Don't you remember we even played the volleyball by the big body of water? Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something, relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. Do you remember Wurutsu is? Yeah, in Toram, right? Is that what you mean, Defo? You still have expectations for our employers? Aha, I recall that young Mersault had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? Why, what happened? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Oof. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy, that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. Maybe that's it. Wait, let me check. Let me see. Oh, you already approved it? You should. Yeah, I guess so. Has to be. Thank Debo. Oh, wait, did I miss something? Nah, okay. It seems that the time is here, Virgilius. Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here! Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rojan's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, it is time for Limbus Company's gulp. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup. We did get a call from the higher ups a while ago requesting that we send the seniors in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are irregular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they are just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Ishmael! Not there! Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression froze onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap into this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is? Cool, you. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go! No, not the regular checkup! Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues, the only key to escape. Hello, Arbiter Zena. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process? Are you preparing to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke? Bloke now, mate's looking all pale. Oh, I'm not gonna pull for Walpurgis, unfortunately. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school too. What kind of checkups? They put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running from some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable. Indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain a beep about why you need to know that. That's it. Yeah, I know they're limited, but I don't think we're gonna need them, I guess. Maybe during the rerun, we're just gonna dispense them instead. Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice on their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. Noryoshi equals doubles. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of other seniors with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of these checkups must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? By your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid flagging yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? Oh my god, this... No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha, so to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing? Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. Oh my god. I've been looking forward to this. Beep. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? Roger is just... Roger just came back. The battle... excuse me, the regular checkup takes place. Even Faust! It's rubbing on to Faust. The seniors seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This isn't those saints. Yet mine heart is fainted prepared. Friday allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not gonna tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Oh my god! Hello, Glacier! And hello, LCCA Pam. And hello, Cyber. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. All she thinks about is Battle Royale, bro. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L-Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp. No! Don't disband W Corp! With many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. No! Not the W Corp. You hate rain? Nah. If I stay at home, yeah, I don't hate rain. But if I have to go out while raining, I don't like it. Do you wanna go Apex? Fortnite? But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own, now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme, perhaps in the works. And to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? At this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we did not make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal, if you will. Also, you solved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. Oh my gosh! There has been such progress in the stabilization efforts. However, minimizing pentasection incidents, most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. True. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, all this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your past life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that vehicle... It's got no windows though? How tiresome. Now off the bus. We got kicked out! Apex Night. Ah. Gamba Devo. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from P-Corp. In the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means in cohorts with young Cesara, are you? Why they? Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sites of Limbus company headquarters. Thy teeth hath been tatted before? Oh my god, I don't understand that. It's just... There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Yeah, that's true. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent nest movements and regular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh right, didn't you say that Miss Cesara told you something about how the principle of P-Corp's singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right, La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other the wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities? It's how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments, how nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world, a perfectly protected construct. Its interior is sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is buttered, to have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp's product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Oh. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? See? Why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Deviant Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second, and a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up all night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hello, that go. Hey, come on. Sometimes the story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviant associations rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. Oh my god! From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transfers humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nest across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant W-Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. Oh, in every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies now linked are routing toward the gate. That gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor to the LCE department. LCE. Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Hello, Virko. For Roger and Sync of varieties. OMG. Oh, we're gonna fight Krakatula. So Devo, do you want me to change anything here? I mean, I'm fine with it, I guess. Same team? I mean, we can change back Holu and Heathcliff if we really have to.
잠깐만. 아직 충전 덜 했거든.
When you're forced. Oh, is this the guy from earlier? What's going on? Right. Right, are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Jisang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our status as seniors. Oh! Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha, so you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Oh my god. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus company seniors. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Whoa, she's on fire! How odd. Their clothes are... Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Eliza, right? Two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Ador Faust mirror and Fey Lantern Nisang mirror? Are they like gears scavenged from the former Elcor? While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extraction, successfully I might add. While the news of the production of eco gears in Limbus company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions and peccatula too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the eagle gear Hohenheim was wearing, like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it. Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, peace off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, you just pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius and Charon. What the babe? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with your flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. They're just chilling. Charon wants cake too. Oh hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Hello, Gabriel. It's okay to be late. Enter.
오자 터뜨려주지.
Out of public now! No!
피가 튀기. 차라리
I wanna solo with Encore Brioshu Mirror Dungeon.
사세 완료.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
지키기 위해서.
Baguette bonks? Baguette bonks then.
엎드리도록.
Attack! Hello, Clavius. Can you bite? Sure.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Pew pew. Pew pew. (600 HP)
오자 터뜨려주지. 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나? 팔그로.
Pew pew. Pew pew reminds me of Sui from Campfire Cooking.
그쪽도
Sui is
죄인인가?
my Oshi in that anime. So cute.
이로군. 지키기 위해서.
Yeah, the slime pew pew. Sui is so cute. He's a good kid.
너의 무기로
Sui.
이 혈투를 오자 터뜨려주지. 아류탄초 경혈력 쏟아내라. 날카롭고 정확하게. 파쇄 완료. 나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
영원히 잠들어라.
Sui's voice is cute. Yeah. Sui become even more cuter because of, yeah, because of the voice. Pew pew. Pew pew. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pecatola in VDA. Park Manager Esquire. Hey ho! I have attained the score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Oh no! Hey, Yisung, but they were testing our fixed association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are Mersault? You are Mersault? Man. We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests that you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was more productive. It was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that will help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. Bum, 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 bum. So Mersault is the tallest. Doo, 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 doo. And then Rodia afterwards. Then Heathcliff, and then... Or wasn't Heathcliff taller than Rodia? You mean the music? Azena? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. right? I could totally... Yep, I think my favorite, probably time killing time. Right? I could totally see myself wearing this to sleep. To sleep? They are LCA properties, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Wait, what's the merch? What's the merch? What's the merch, guys? This? The code? To sleep? They are LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as we are done. Oh wait, I already... The code is the merge! OMG! Give link! Hello, adventure. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning off the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of unfavorable habits. Perhaps Mersault can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now, don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. I wonder who could it be? But my heels are on the ground. It's done! Is it done? And can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? No! Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. It's just there so I can look cool. Gregor. Aha. And what about bold but scram? Oh, okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. Yeah, got two of them already, right behind you, if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Roja suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know. I'll take a researcher job, so I'm a big fan of her style. Roja trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. I think Faust had beef with Hohenheim. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart people together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school. A diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of this thing is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection Selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front line. To the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you have taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. No! Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but wait! I'm right here! Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What you say, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi-sang. You were kinda looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Ri-sang replied with a particularly downcast look. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Rightio. So, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Oh my god!
아니, 한 방울이라도 괜찮으니까 내게 줘. 어머니께서 여기서 자르신다 해도.
It's going crazy. He's dead. He died. OMG. Heathcliff seems eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. So where is the link of this merchandise? Right, you there, get in line, single file lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? This is cute. Ryoji looks so pissed. Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on the air of a studious, learned individual, like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch make it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. It's a birthday present. The Limbus company merch. You mean? Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snap out that cigarette in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Can you just do as I say for once? It's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the test, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company? I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. Oh, so it's not available global. Oh man. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Why did the music suddenly change when Yi-sung talked? Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh, and I have come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sort. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. Yeah, Sinclair! My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, look! I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Sinclair, it's so cute! Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know? A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True, I guess. Growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us get a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. That's true though. I feel like they've grown closer. Especially during Don Quixote's canto. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the... yes. To the same general level as our 11th senior here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt of choice of words. Yeah, they are nerfed. Oi, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sync. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of the golden bow is connection. No wonder I keep seeing whenever I watch Ryoshu solo, base Ryoshu solo, the comments always saying Ryoshu before she got nerfed. The comments always saying that. Was it because of this? You are now all fairly, evenly and equally mediocre. Right? Hohenheim's comments and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to Clipot, the deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. Even if she gets nerfed, she's still good. I know, right? So the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Are Zoe implying that Zoe has always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable dormants in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with dormants? No! Oh my god. Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arms been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oi, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calloused as I promise. It's okay, Sinclair. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Yisang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked the hit out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know? One punch, Rodia! Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Core factory. Oh. Heh, won't waste my breath boasting. Everyone knows that Ryoshu is OP. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of this test is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into this test? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? Yeah, that one is really cool. How Ryoshu managed to chase them even though they have more time than her. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology. We spent more time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each scener of the LCB. That was pretty tough. I'll have you guys know. Tailored test for each scener, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the peccatula and the distortion phenomenon. That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Get in line. I want eyeglass Ryoshu too. Oh, it's this big guy. Hello, Ryus. Oh, we need to change this. What Honglu are we taking? Full stop or Lord Hong Yuan? Wait, what? Lord of Hong Yuan. Lord of Hong Yuan.
뱃대에서 내려. 전장으로.
Are they gonna duel? Are they gonna fight each other? Gun. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there, inside down. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Peccatula are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we'll be fighting the Peccatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods. So what's the hold up now? Hello, Yiso, right? And Equinox. Defeat this encounter with HP above 50%. Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission. And do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues. Dante says 3, colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. She must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues, prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Limbus company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they are sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the peccatola projected into this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So, if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of peccatola, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of peccatola you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of, so far at least, at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into peccatola beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many peccatola to be covered today is peccatola irae, red peccatulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn, and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. Hello, Atriel. Limbus full dabbing fit Shay. No. So I guess we just enter. Yeah, if we get a rerun, we'll get a voiceover, which is really nice. What, Gabriel's what?
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어 지 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 닭은 달려들어라.
What if we use base cedars?
유여 길을 열어라. 지 목을 떨궈주마.
Periodical burn.
다음은 어디로? 혈염도 바로.
But my base healers don't even have levels. I think most of them level
날개를 펼치고
level 25.
다음은 어디로? 짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Are they all on counter? I didn't check. I just enter.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
All of them?
날개를 펼치고
No, one of them is.
발톱을 걸어. 작은 달려들어 놈이 푸름을 튀어 혈압도 바로 고려내라.
Hong Lu is OP. He is.
유여. 길에 놈이 푸름을 튀울 수도
Combo.
혈압도 바로.
Oh my god, just one. Oh, this big guy now. Enter.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
Oh. It's over. Uh-oh.
더는 못 따라나.
Uh-oh. Rip. Weekly bonus of MD. Redeem 3. Oh. Are you doing the infinity? I think if you do infinity, you're gonna claim all at once. What does it give anyways if you clear the 50%? $40 lunacy. Ah. Do you want to what's that? Restart? Just clear the story.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Get him, Sinclair!
길을 생각하면
Kill!
이
오.
또한 날개를 펼치고
Hong died.
발톱을 걸어.
Rip Hong Lu.
다음은 어디로? 이 정도로는 주군이 원하는 바를 다 할 수 없어요. 더 몰아치고 더 타올라서 기세를
Next.
펼쳐야 해.
I'm hungry. Oh, it's Mersault and... Oh, it's 3 of them. Do we need to change this? Maybe it is fine. Hey, show Faust.
망치를 쥐고
Oh my god, it's Camille! 9 turns minimum.
의뢰를
원하신다면
All good? Ow.
필두 출진.
Next up, you three, let's get in there. In their voice will do, bud. We can hear you. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let us discuss Pecatulum pigritiae slot. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. Hello, Ishmael. They are trapped in their current Latin existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for slot than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with this with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelmingly majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. Oh, sheesh! I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not the rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Yeah, there's no new Ryoshu. Unless you mean Encore. So in here we need to kill them in 9 turn. Clear all waves in 9 turn. That issue 9 turns? Maybe we got it. Maybe.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
승부처다.
Why are you thinking about Ryoshu in particular?
다시 결투는 끝나.
영원히 잠들어라.
She needs red eyes. I have red eyes. I have red eyes. I can't see.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
There you go. You love Ryoshu, Mersault, and Dawn. Good choice.
좋은 결투.
To be fair, I like all the sceners. It's just Ryoshu is my favorite. That's all. Ah. Okay, so we're done with first wave, 2 turns. That was 2 turns.
어떡.
틈을 끊어.
You have no favorite? I thought your favorite was Faust. Cromer. Was biscuits? My memory. I'm thinking, should I counter with Faust? You like the actual Cromer? Crazy. Okay, okay. Might as well counter. You can fix her. Okay. Kinda wanna divert one skill here.
집중 중이다.
Let it be.
어떡.
Attack! Oh, I mean, I wanna kill that other guy. That's what I'm saying.
영원히 잠들어라.
This turn 5 already. Oh my god. I should be able to do
불가
that.
위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Kill it!
좋은
Go!
결정이었다.
Nice.
좋은 결정이었다.
Nice. Who is this? This is the first time seeing this thing. Offset the defense. Okay, Gregor. This is your job.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어. 바로.
Ooh.
승부차다.
Go, Marcel. You got this. Almost dead. Kill. I think we got this. Maybe. Do we? All of them are using one skill one. It becomes so easy after Malphite this year. You're right. Alright. Ikazo. Gregor just upsetting the defense.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 그쪽도 죄인인가? 좋은 결투였다.
Yippee! I think we did it. We got it.
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된
The fancy
기술을 쓸수
mersault.
있었다고 생각합니다.
Fancy mercy.
시청자의 수가 대폭 증가하겠군요.
Oh, okay. Okay, which one?
오,
Ah,
왜,
복지팀의
각 정리요원은 위치로.
복지팀
오,
I guess the sinking team
왜
can do it.
보이려냐?
Maybe? I don't know. I knew it!
불청객을 맞이할
I
시간이다.
knew what Dev was gonna say. Alright, ikuzo.
와일드 헌트야.
Depression team. You're so right. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these peccatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've paired up as singers?" Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these peccatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Peccatula morositatis bloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink into the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you trash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility, such is glue. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still... Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha, I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Oh! Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You two assistants, you aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. So... Oh, defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Ah, only this one. So we have to kill them first. Oh, mom. So if it goes 1, it means next turn it will explode? Is that it? Wah! Not sure. Okay, okay. Wah! Okay, why not put this one here? Alright, Devo, take your time.
이 땅과 만인 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
3, 6, and 9 turn.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
꿈속에서
정리하겠습니다. 물결한 것.
Yosh, okay, Raja's depressed. I repeat. Raja's depressed.
날카롭고 정확하게
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
지키기 나도 지킬 게 많거든. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
비명을 질러라.
Yosh. Bam, 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 bam. Ah. So I just need to prevent them from exploding, right? Yeah, we'll let that one. Okay. We'll let that one with the
이딴과
thingy.
마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지. 거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
차라리
I believe Roja can kill it. I knew it. I knew it. I should have redirected one of her skill into this one instead. Oh, so welcome back, Devil.
이딴과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
풍속에서 찢어 놓아주마.
Alright.
지키기 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Oh my god. It looks like that one boss in Elden Ring Night Rain. Do I have to evade? Do we need to, you know, offset this or no? Maybe let's just let it happen. Let me guard Roja once. Yeah. For science.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Hello, Klein. Oh my god. Otis is struggling. And a boss, and a boss. Okay, Roger have her skill tree. Crazy Limbus gaming. Clip can't clash onto this. This one or oh. Alright, let's go.
이딴과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면 차라리
Go Roger!
아무것도 남지 마라.
Kill!
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에게 맡겨줘. 나도
Oh my
지킬 게
god!
많거든.
Roger carry! Nice.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
I knew Roger can do it.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
That of depression stuff.
관리를 맡겨주실까?
Never doubt the power of depression. Ooh, it's
다들 연장 챙기죠.
Ryoshi's time. OMG. Should we just do encore brioche or should we change it? Red eyes. See ya, Glavis. Don't let them get hit 10 plus times each. Ah. It didn't have Raja damage resistance. I'm thinking, which one should I bring? Encore? Red eyes? Actually, since this one have tremor as well. And the N-Corp also tremor. I'll keep this, I guess.
잠수 준비 끝.
Have to end here, Yoshi. Well, they were in too much trouble. Next up, you two get in there. With Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess. ST, what is that? What? She wants to switch teams. No! Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. Oh my god. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Those pick stuff for me? That's this quite the pickle. She took a liking to Dawn! Oh, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be. And I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. No, stop. I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't the thing. Pecatulum Super BA Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Will, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel in its boundless pride rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle. Something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples on in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Ha, someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxurier last. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatulum Luxurier last is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self. A desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the world itself may be subjected to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lost as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admitted Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. They're trash talking Heathcliff. Shut up and get in there. Oh my god. They're bullying Heathcliff. So I should not take hits. Okay. Okay, Ishmael, you have to win, Ishmael. Neutral clash makes me nervous. Because there's a possibility that they will lose it. Evade? Okay.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 피가 튀겠고. 피가 튀겠고.
Ah! Stagger! Nice.
정신 못 차릴 거야.
Ah! No! It outrolls her evade, bruh. No.
오자 터뜨려주지. 그 시선 경멸스럽고. 그 시선 경멸스럽고.
Tremor actually really good. Yeah. It's okay. It's gacha after all. I kind of want one more here. Let's put Ryoshu there. Okay.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 파쇄 완료.
Okay, she did it.
벗어날 수 있다고
Nice
생각했나?
wish, Belle.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나?
Oh my god, they're so big. Nice Ryoshu. They're so buff. Yeah, this one's counter, so let's just let that one be. They're too slow. Ayya. Neutral. Like this one instead. Ego. Should we use it? I think we're still fine. We'll use it when everything seems, you know.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Oh, E. I would like to level up Fort much though. Thread spin number 4. So it can AoE. Ah! Ah! Ish! Ish fell again! But it was dominating! What the bib? Oh my god. It was dominating though. Yeah.
나선 속을 벗어날 수
It's always the will.
그 시 경멸스러워.
That will is a pro gacha gamer. Ooh, this one AoE.
경외감 속에 숨어들.
Ooh, yummers.
써주마.
Go Ishmael! Beat that guy!
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
No. Oh, Yoshi. Wait, let's see. Let's put at least 1. Should I let Ishmael clash this? Should I let Ryoshu take over? No, Ishmael, you have to win. I believe in you.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Nice. Oh,
파쇄 완료.
there was a counter.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각해.
Yush. Oh, it's just 2 turns. We did it.
경외라. 혹은 괄목.
Nice. Okay.
평범과 비범은 이렇게나 큰 차이를 보이지.
It's all Ishmael.
아직 그 실험들의
Oh, who could this be? All of them are in question mark. Okay, let's change Yisang. Which Yisang are we gonna take? The Pew Pew one? Pew Pew Yisang? Pew Pew. Pew Pew. Pew Pew.
책임은
관리인가 아니면 애도인가 죽음 충동 억제 관념 봉인
Each sinner killed their own clone at least once, eh? Verily, now is the time for young Yisang and I to face the test. Did you guys notice that Dawn has been calling them young? She knows she's the most old. The nature of our trial shall take form as peccatola in VDA. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Those static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer's example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, it should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. And imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. A lack of woe. Fate played such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was struck? Well, it would be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh! You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. You two, quit the chain wagon, get in there. Verily! Then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. You still baby, Dawn? Hello, Croco. Oh! Blade lineage. Ooh. Wait, what's the thing? Oh, so they just have to beat them. They need to fight themselves. Ah. PvP. Alright, so Yisang's struggling, but I feel like I'm gonna take the gamble. I just gotta let it happen. Unless... yeah, all of his skill is basically... unless I do defense. Good afternoon, Shami. It's better to gamble. Yeah, kinda. We can defense though. Let's try defense first. Pew 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 pew! Oh my gosh! It does so much damage. Go Dawn, get Dawn! Owie.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
You need the pew pew Yisang. Oh, all of them are staggered. OMG. Free damage. Woo! Ah, pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니
Yosh. Oh, there's more. Or W Corp. W Corp. Okay, I'm gonna gamble. Gonna gamble this. W Corp Dawn is scary. OMG. Oh, it's over. Oh man. Oh man. Trying to, you know.
가족을 위해.
Pew pew go! Oh man! Nice dagger.
꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고. 흐르는 피로가. 엎드리도록.
Alright, done. Is staggered. Pew pew Yisang. I wanna keep the pew pew. Is there one more after this? Oh, wait, actually. Pew pew go! This is the last one.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
Do your job, pew pew.
쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
Nice.
따뜻한 소변이라.
Envy Vicatula harder than some bosses. Oh my god.
한 자루는 죽어 떠난 자에 대한 축하.
Sheesh. Pew
한
pew
자루는
is so powerful.
목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한 엄숙한 애도를. 장례는 이상으로 끝내겠소.
Oh, we can't done? I wonder why. Enter with whoever first. Enough with Aish.
시선.
원하신다면
복지팀의
원하신다면
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
군주가 나선다.
Wait, that's
출발하지.
maybe not yet.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가? 관리인가 아니면 애도인가?
That's all of
군주가
them.
나선다.
Oh, okay. Some of them gonna get back up.
군주가 나선다.
다들
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가 보군요. 불청객을
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
Okay.
죽음 충동 억제. 관념 봉인.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yisang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to Friday avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What the hell? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet to wear quite the hideous access. Sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the nuts didn't look that great. The ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Wait a second! Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the band betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon the rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that's... It was but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had not to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fido on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I some useless shell. Like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? They gotta test it! The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, this test would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reactions to the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified. Terrified! And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Oh no! Outcome! Any reason, subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserves a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisang will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seizing. This 7-layered knot posed quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... Oh no! The seniors and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Magellan? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred is like. We do. Oh shit! Mother. Oh mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They are the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct-given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger of blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink her blood. I have to drink all the blood that the family deserves to drink. I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time that the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. I gotta get hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench our thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do we keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah. We have some blood samples if you need them. Beep! Have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, Yisang, shoes! Shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot! A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cigarette. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. Oh shit! Ryaju, that's not yours! These readings are incredible. So much power. Even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the beep are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard that the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcomes does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Hiya! Hiya! Oh no! Just be enter.
받아볼 텐가.
Wait, I should have changed Roger to depress Roger. Oh my god!
다소 즐겁군.
Should we try again? Restart?
편히 쉬시게.
Pew.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
깨어진 거울 가운데 죽어가는 나비를 보고 있어.
Oh, Princess Rodia.
내게 있으나 정작 떠도는 나비를 피워내지 못하니 애석할 따름이여.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look for it again. Wait, is it still the same with Eddie? Because Eddie might have changed it or not. This one, is it this? Was it just level 3? I don't remember. We don't have Molar Boatworks scene color, I guess. Hello, Celestia. Yeah, we don't have it. You made entity changes, right? Yeah. It's okay. Gia Ishmael. Whatever, Yoshu. Okay, I'll switch to this one. And Court Faust. All right. Ah. Oh, take your time, Devo.
출발하지.
Oops. Ryochu.
자,
Oops.
해골 바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Ryochu. Are you gonna sacrifice Ryochu for content? No. No.
일이라면 간다.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 눈은
해방된 세상을 위해서라면
망치를 쥐고 망치를 쥐고
걸맞는 곳이어야 할.
군주가 나선다.
불청객을 맞이할 시
출발하지.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Ski poof. Wow, I'm EP. Oh my god. So many unbreakable coin. And then Eve. Eat well, Dodoko. Take your time. Ah. Nah, hit the can't clash. It's buffering. Oh boy. You can go to Discord instead, I guess. Sheesh, wait. I'm ready here. Gonna share screen in Discord. There you go. Alright, is this okay? Expedition 33, nah. Wow, okay, it's Heathcliff. Heathcliff is where? You can't clash.
정화. 깨어라. 차.
Sheesh! She lose it.
차. 차.
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지.
Alright, okay. After this is the end.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
No, it doesn't end yet. Are we gonna do the thing? Faust Clash or nah? I mean this thing. Faust Clash it because we're faster anyways.
내 뒤로.
Good evening, Russell. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... No, my lady. You need not be the mother of anyone here. Here, Virgilius! You are a sinner, nothing more. Oh my god! Virgilius! You Stigo! He bonked her! I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then, I had not had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. Oh! I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the bloodfiends of La Mancha Land are all Sinclair trailed off. Every single bloodfiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred. Not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Ah, Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the weak attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. It seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true, the Manchegan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events that at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply. Their on-site investigative reasoning team leaders spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on an account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken. No matter the strength of her will, she alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the sufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood tox. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice, despite her theatrical manner of speech returning. Her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest of my knowledge? From my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating and tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Hello, Lawrence.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제 이 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Oh wait, how many stagers are in there? Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and the gun. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre. Yeah. At the present, anyway. And oh, there's plenty of significance, alright? We've all gotta know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. 14, okay. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I? Dante, don't. It is interesting how very collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on the test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you're standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. It's Sinclair! Yisang? Oh, Yisang! This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my phantoms, yet I yearned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisang. Yisang? I will place trust in the fate that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisang, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the cedar wielding the oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Oh no. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right, Ethan? Well, this is quite the bashful occasion. Ahem. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. Wait, who was beside Don Quixote earlier? On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. It is often the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. Don, Otis, Roshu, Marshold, Faust, Honglu, Roger, Heathcliff, Ishmael, Sinclair, Yisang. Sinclair is stronger than Yisang. See you later. Glavis. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably, or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with the bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That potential is it? Does that mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who plays last. Potential, man. This is 12. We're almost there. OMG. And then how long is the dungeon? After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels of distortion just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain seniors, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Nice to Russell! Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted a wall from their system. That's really nice, the nice fool. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy. But their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk level. I mean, how many stages are in there? Despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with their purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Hello! Psyche. It's long. Yabai. Nah. Wow, so how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I'm rather taken aback by the naivete with which you asked me that question. It's us, sinners without the right to refuse, wasn't it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research distortions, right? We gotta... the other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary. Beep. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD's on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Alright. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility, oh my gosh, Liti, that they once had in distortion phase. Did you do your funny wall pulls? Probably not gonna pull. So a distortion like that Time Reaper fella will eventually become an abnormality too if left untouched. Maybe I'll do 10 pull, and if I couldn't get anything I'll stop. Just 10 pull, just 10 pull. Let's see. If you're referring to the subject HE6PIPI2001, then yes. 250 pull? Oh my god. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Reaper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time reaping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion. We decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their scene affinities and the expected damage scale. Scene affinities. PI must refer to Frigritia slot. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the encephaline production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Reaper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10, Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values among Limbus companies' businesses. Thus, the development of transportation management and processing methodologies of the monolith is glowing achievement indeed. The artifact by its very nature poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the golden bough, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless like a plug. We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to, true? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Connor to Star of the City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plug and Urban Nightmare. Not SOTC yet, are we? What is that? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Star of the City. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat to at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Imagine? And please don't forget that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Yeah, it's Don Quixote. Yeah. Alright. Who are we taking in our journey? Ah. Sinking team. Ryoshi gotta be the butler. Like which one? This? Welcome back, Totoko. Yeah, Donis, she's OP. Oh, Faust is still level 45. Well... Tremor sinking. Let's go.
동무싱크 3과 돈키호테.
Don Quixote. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far, and for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the one to activate the artifact. Well, activate the artifact? Not on you, relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Oi! Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. Oh my god! You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a peccatulum? You can end up becoming a peccatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the test earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of peccatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Invidier, and her on Pigritier. But how could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become a peccatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. It's gambling! Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a peccatulum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a peccatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the peccatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tail. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. He's a gambler. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind the desk, poring day and night over books and papers, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat packet and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nudge. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the phantoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest phantoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Has a section. And once you made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen, should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-hatted Kim. He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. Oh! It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a peccatulum. Indeed, and I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of this distortion. Apparently, it's some kind of a code. I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It will be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded, then began to read the words from the note out aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentially. Anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I need not expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Hello, Orky and Louise. Ryoshu with the Hexa section. So many. I'm gonna wee. We're at the starting point of the dungeon of the Phantoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The seniors all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here. But what we find there are ego gifts. What? This ain't ego gears? These are damn gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Phantoms as it differs from the usual mirror dungeons. It is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? There's very dialogue. Yabai. Yabai. Cleaning solution spray. Okay. Eep! This one seemed best suited for the situation we're in. We take the illusory hand ego gift. Oh, this thing. Okay, so any here? It looks the same to me. Let's go center then. Okay, we're yeah. This normal sinking tea, but yeah. Okay. Alright.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can censor this with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion and reach the end of this dungeon of the Phantoms and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. What is it that they seem to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Phantoms. Well then, do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Let's go! Oh my god, they are struggling. Oh my god.
목을 내놓고 있더라고. 찢어 밝혀주마.
Both struggling. Gotcha!
날카롭고 정확하게.
3월 앵화.
She mastered the katana. Ooh, flashbang!
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 차라리 날카롭고 정확하게.
Hey, nice.
정리하겠습니다.
날카롭고 정확하게.
That's pretty cool, Ishmael's animation. Oh. So I can't take anything here, or is, yeah? Is there any particular question mark? Devil. Oh my god. Welcome back. So which one are we gonna take? Up? I mean middle? Down? Whatever. I'm just gonna go straight then. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flames. Regular flames don't seem to hurt abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the far seat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening in to their conversation intently. One of them approached us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. In the researcher's hand there was what looked like an ignition plug or a testing machine of sorts. Hello, Jericho. Why? Okay, let's try. Your boss will get mad at you. Alright, he clipped. And I'm seeing. Alright. Otis. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observation onto various papers, the researcher let Otis go. Otis took off the gear and presented it before the researcher to return it, but they simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Or ignition.
분부대로 완료했습니다.
Alright. Adaptation matching the skill color with the color of the card. Under her character charges a special attack. Ah. I hope I don't get cut. Surely. I guess this won't be useful for us, huh?
와일드 헌트야.
Wild Hunter. So how do we know this guy is actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own phantoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the phantoms. We will see through it with Dante's power whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you wish, as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. No! Hello, I don't know. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy is just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know what. From the get-go, I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? Oh, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose, like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Jimmy Neutron! Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? Ooh, my right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentiality, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was. Even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself leaving it large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle to bring about such drastic change to one's life is in the realm of feasibility of an exceptional researcher like myself indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyways. So I would like to keep both my hand and left hands on my own. Have a nice day. Wanna know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation. Yagami. Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originated from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Wanna shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I supposed I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You let us... the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt.
전투응대에 나선다.
Flashback!
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
지키기 위해서 모든 공간이든 아껴줬겠지만
Fausto Plus, gotcha!
사물. 앵화. 영원한 참으로 인도하지.
직접 발견.
Spare the Campbells. She can't dodge, so yeah. You know, maybe she can win.
전투응대에 나선다. 문직시 꿈을 꾸러 차라리.
Hello, DT. Ready to be up at 8 a.m.
많거든.
Hope so. I hope so. It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Lobotomy Corporation, for one. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they are all telling me. Even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. Yuri! The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in the air with abnormalities. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the previous? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds, right? Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down, 95, 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next ones the next one's in 5 minutes. Eh? Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crisis such as this is usually granted onto to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of this process may settle on primitive methods such as throwing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of the intelligence, so I make this agreement a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves to those whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments. Oy, oy. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is for a greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcorp branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the Phantoms began to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come face me in the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that will bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Have you played the prior 2 games from Project Moon? Just Limbus Company. Yeah, only one person can survive. We're almost there, right? We're almost there. Please. Oh, it's this thing. We see the ardor blossom moth within the containment unit. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this ardor blossom moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about abnormalities recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the ardor blossom moth? Right on the money. You know your ardor blossom moth. But that's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the ardor blossom moth itself. Embers. T-Corp.
와일드 헌트야.
Wild Hunter. Ah. Excuse me.
이 땅과 만에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
Flashbang.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도.
Oh, sheesh. Faust. 다음에 나는 다메요. 다메 나누요.
날카롭고 정확하게 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
올인이었나요?
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록 기대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
Good thing the fight is kind of short. Yosh, finally. Okay, anywhere? Any? I'm going down.
알을 깨치기 위함이라.
Going down, down. Sugar, we're going down swinging.
이쪽으로.
The wheels. The wheels on the bus.
찢어 발겨주마.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Super close to stagger.
3월.
Perhaps.
날카롭고 정확하게
포맨이 단정하지 않군요.
풍속에서
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Nice.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
7 HP.
거둘 수 없다면
뭐.
직접 후회를 새겨주게.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
I don't know. That I did not even say it. I don't know. Alright. We're almost there. We're super close. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation of the writers from the wild letters. Upon close inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They are swarming as the monsters. They are swarming as the monsters. I hear them. They're breathing. They're going to kill us all. Save me, please. Anyone, save me. I don't want to die, please. Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They are coming. Their unfinished sentence written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Let's see what's in here. Let's let Heathcliff. Noticing something, Heathcliff points to an area on the wall. Faust is okay. She can heal. There's a small crack between the countless scribbles of letters. I carefully reach my hand into the opening and... Aha! I can feel the tip of my fingers brushing against the card. Someone must have hidden it in there. This might come in handy later. Oh, we healed up, Double. Look! 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 Operation authorization card obtained. Keikakudori! Keikakudori. Oh, this one's pretty okay too. That was a good one. Nice. That was definitely planned. I planned all of that.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Recipe for ego gift that boost based ID. Ah, that's okay. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim Laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Enter. I'm actually gonna enter this. Is there any kinda... what is that? Is there some kind of a trick or something here?
데려는 자가 있다면
Ah, that guy's the W Corp, the PI system.
지키기 위해서.
Thank you. Thank you, announcer. Big attack. Yeah, it's the announcer. Actually, wait lang. Back.
내 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
There was actually, but there's another one afterwards. Actually, wait, let me do Roja defense again. That's why PH peeps, you better be careful.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
It's like two thunderstorm. One after another. There was already a lot of casualties from the recent typhoon, and there's one more. It's so badly. Defense. This one. Yeah, I don't understand.
당신 짝패군요.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
직접 밝혀주마.
It do be like that. We are so prone to, you know. No, I no press. No. She can't. Otis has to clash. Fort match. Let's do fort match.
이쪽으로.
I did that check if the thing have unbreakable
예술의
coin.
거물 경치.
It have? Oh boy. Break that shield. Ooh. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course. It may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, this suppression is going well. But this feels wrong, that it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Anything, so we can the SP passive confirmation bias. We can shield. I think shield would be nice. We can the poise passive. You know, hit the shield, I guess. Let's do it. Faust relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort, my choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases where I too find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions, expressing fury and anger in a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, and now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my phantoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. Good night, Psyche. Have a nice rest and sleep. Anyway, Sophia, enter.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다. 정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
지키기 위해서.
저 밑에서
Yeah, I should have
나를
healed
부르는
maybe.
물소리가.
Healed with Faust. Oh, Otis! Otis! Nante!
이쪽으로.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
지키기 위해서.
Almost stagger.
찢어 발겨주마.
You missed the Sancho rematch. It's okay. Who's clashing? Oh. Ah, but we're using... Oh. They do have it.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oh! Oh no, devil! Too late!
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I think it's staggered though. It's staggered. It seems that there's still something else you would like to tell me. No, I don't have anything to say. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer any of your questions. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. What should I say this time? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Okay. Faust relayed my words to Hohenheim. Another side of my story, is it? Indeed, indeed. That is quite feasible. You are correct. That another side is what often gets lost in the process of obsessing over specious concepts, like the pathoms and the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memory is narrow by nature. Even in the pathoms, the deepest part of one's heart, where many believe lies nothing the empirical absolute truth, we are still capable of lying. Fascinating, isn't it? They call it metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I must shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, I have not shared any perspectives from my employees. But there is no way by which we may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious why that is? They're all buried underground, reaved even of their final words. I could finally understand, at least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. Though there was nothing to call a human face remaining in this distorted form, I think I caught a glimpse of loneliness from Hohenheim's expression. Attack!
이쪽으로.
찢어 발겨주마.
Kill him!
올인이었나요?
Oh my god, finally! Am I free? Am I free yet? The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. A hope, an anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time, some other time. Wait! Johan! Rat is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Phantom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. I've returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff? Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre. But I don't suppose it can't be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Episcopal is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Oh, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the seniors have all become mediocre. But they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the event at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. I'm free! Can finally sleep?
예전보다
Yeah.
많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Eat time.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
I'm still gonna go and play Phasmophobia though. Okay, wait a second. I said I'm gonna do 10 extracts, so might as well do it. Oh, yeah. Nice. Thank you. I have 10 of this. Let's use one. $200 bulls. OMG. My friend code here it is. Why is it? Why do I feel like?
사람이
This is cut. What happened? Why do I feel this screen? Oh, there we go. Now it's fixed. OMG. Here you go. Okay, I'll do 10 pull only. Wait, is this it? Can they appear in this? The 3-star identity? Or no? Limbus company. Now I'm gonna keep that. Okay. Because I think I can get this really soon as well. So yeah. Let's do 10. kinda low. Ah, okay. Let's see if we're lucky. Oh wait. I thought we're gonna use the Deca excavation thingy. So the single ones first? I thought we're gonna use this one. I guess this one first. One pool ticket first. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're not lucky enough.
자,
Oh!
결투를 받아들여.
Sync Association Notice. That's all we got. Oh man. Ah, this one. Ah. Yosh, tomorrow we'll do the next one. This one, Nocturnal Sweeping. Happy New Year! OMG! Eleven stage total. No dungeon. Oh, that one short. Then let's do railway as well tomorrow. You sure? I'm sure. I've never been sure in my life. Just kidding. I'm fine. I don't have anything planned for tomorrow. Except for Limbus. Because I was thinking Biscuit will stream Repo tomorrow and that will be evening for me as well. So those who have Repo can just join Biscuit. And here we play Limbus. That's what I'm thinking. Why is the railway long? Is it long? Or is it just, you know? Was it just painful? I wanna see it. You have MVP Catula. That one that took. Ah, yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it took seniors for me. Alrighty. Do 10 pulls. I did though, but I did not get any. Maybe my luck already went to Mejiro McQueen. I didn't even think about it. I just did it. I just pulled and I got her. And it's a free! For free! OMG! I didn't have to use my carrots for it. I didn't like being hit by blind obsession. Same. Actually, I have a solo with Ryoshu with that whale in empty. Do you wanna see? Made shoe though. Made shoe. Why not? Wait a second. Gonna look for it. Where is it? This one? I don't know if this is the one where she lived. It's time to eat this. You're right. I believe we can do the railway. I have no doubt. Okay. Let me delete some stuff in my... Ayo, ego spam. Okay. Bam bam ba bam. Hello, shiny. Boom. Okay, wait. Let me see it. Where could it be? So Limbus decided to pass by. Thank you for passing by. Thank you. Oh, it's super large. Wait. Can you guys hear it? Is there a sound? They paused it for a bit. There's a sound. Why can't I hear it? Wow! If you beat the Bacatula, you just won. You gotta believe. Me just worse. Okay, let me see.
전투응대에 나선다.
There you go. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Whee! We will fight this whale in the railway? No? I thought we will fight it there. Solos are really fun. Then you die and then you have to reset. Railway 3? Oh boy. Ah! Ah! Skip, 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 skip. Did she win this? She not. Did not wish. I think this is the blind obsession one. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Dream devouring slit current. Ah. You tend to do solos now on MD. Actually, I kind of want to do solo as well for weekly stuff in Mirror Dungeon. Since I don't have all of our senior at level 55. I solo with Ryoshu. Alright, Devo. Oh no, she got staggered. Ah! Yeah, I got addicted to soloing with Ryoshu recently. It's so much fun. Very yabai. You done MDE solo? Nice. Let Ryoshu solo her. I'm gonna solo with base Ryoshu. Ah. Ooh. There you go. I won. She won. One-sided the bully Michaela. uh, I wanna solo with Ryoshu's Detective Ryoshu as well. This one. Do you think it's possible? She don't have dodge, she have to tank the damage on your. Nothing is impossible. You're right. Tank EQ gift. Yeah, I have Butoni. It's possible if it's Ryoshu. Yeah, I think all of the seniors can solo. I'm pretty sure. I just like using Ryoshu a lot because Ryoshu, my favorite scener. Yeah, that's true. Tremor gives really good, honestly. You got tired of it? I'm probably just gonna go extreme once and then I'll do hard runs for more, rewards. Or do you get more rewards in extreme? Like battle pass reward? Same reward. Yeah, I'm just gonna do hard. Maybe I'll go extreme when I. There's achievement in extreme? What? No, Scott, I'm just one away. That would be nice to do extreme, but not yet, not yet. Maybe after we do Kanto 8. After Kanto 8, I guess. Ten lunacy. They refused to show up. They got scared. Multi-coin echoes. Actually, it's pretty fun, Unga Bunga. Like what I did in Extreme. That one, it's literally Unga Bunga with this Ryoshu. No plans. Not much plans. Infinity, yeah. I only ask Devil when I'm already at floor 4. Like, what pack should I get? This one is the MVP. This one saved me in the last floor. Contempt Ryoshu is my savior. Have you guys gotten this? The new one? Shiny and Entity? No! Do it, Shiny! Tread Spin! If only I'm rich, I would have Tread Spin all of Ryoshu's ego. You got both! OMG! 170 pulls? I did 10 pulls. Did not get them. 5 Jafuras. Look, I did 10 pulls. Man, my luck is so bad. I'm saving my pulls for the new Ryoshu when her Kanto drop. All praise Ryoshu. Yeah. Oh, is this the railway devil you sent? Section 1, Section 2, Section 3. Automatic, no. No. Wait, how many do I have anyways? Okay, I can do one more. One more 10. Oh. Oh, 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 wait. Is it the Pew Pew Yisang? Ah. I thought it was a Pew Pew Yisang. Oh. Don Quixote. Oh, she. Oh, go for slash. Oh. It's the same eco you got. Ah, man. I thought it would be the Pew Pew Yisang. This. Glowing yellow means eco. Normal yellow means 3-star. Tet. Alright, guys. I shall go eat dinner. Thank you everyone for watching. Tomorrow I'll be playing Limbus again. I'm gonna do the other Intervallo. Yeah, I'm gonna eat dinner and then I'm gonna play Phasmophobia. If you guys wanna watch, go ahead. If not, I'll see you all tomorrow, Limbus peeps. Yeah, I need to read the whole thing again. At least it's not too long. And if you have enough time, we can do the railway as well. Alright, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow or later. I'm sure not long. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. Yush, 07, guys. 07, stay safe, take care always, and